Hey, Leandro, on the back, is Sharon Ray on here? Is she CCSD? Oh, she's Sharon. The one that actually says Sharon Ray. Okay, I didn't see it. My bad. All right, Mr. Wells, if you want to call us to order, I think we're going to have a quorum here. He's going to just take a minute.
The meeting will come to order. Ms. Aspas?
Yes.
Mr. Montoya?
Present.
President Haskey? Mr. Soul? We have 3 present with a quorum. Second item, excuse me. Comments from the audience?
Sharon, do we have any comments from the audience?
Did you say there were no comments?
She unmuted for a second, but I did not hear what she said. Sharon?
Recording stopped.
Should I text her? Oh, she's got something in the chat.
Ms. Ray? I guess we'll go on, and then if she comes in, there's comments, we'll come back to it. That's legal, isn't it, Gary? Item 3, reports. A, unique trip request, Newcomb High School, Educators Rising National Conference in Washington DC, June 27th, 2024 through July the 2nd, 2024 by Sandra Hunt Hill. Ms. Hill, are you with us?
So I don't know if they can hear online or not. It seems to search it. Try to explain what Sharon is.
Might be.
Anyone who's joining right now, I don't know how much you all can hear. If you're online, we're having some technical difficulties. We appreciate your patience. We're working.
Okay, they're talking with your, let me see. Yeah,
I don't think she can hear though. She hasn't tried to unmute herself. And I think Miss Presley was trying to say something, we had her hand raised. I think she's probably trying to say we can't hear you.
I can hear something.
yeah, I can hear him from there, but it's not pushing.
So we heard it from over there. Do you have a comment? You say you have a comment from the audience or no?
So you're not getting any feedback from the Zoom? Say that again.
If you did, I did, yeah.
Hi Sharon, it's Suzette. I'm online.
Hi Suzette, can you hear me?
We
I can hear you.
We
Okay,
can hear
thank
you,
you.
Suzette.
So Sharon, can we go back? Was there a comment from the audience?
Mrs. Hill was on that, you could see her
gonna be their setting, her setting on her computer. Cause if you guys can hear us, then our live feed. Then we got only use our live, our setup that's working, it's just her computer. Maybe it's being broadcast out.
So anyway.
He's with his wife now, Peggy. Oh, she did have.
You did have a big John, and if I hadn't sent that out, I need to send it to the board. It's kind of a HIPAA thing, where I'm not supposed to say too much, but that's not. I'll let you know. Sharon, can you hear us?
They should be able to hear you. It's okay. 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 Leandro just confirmed that they can hear you.
But they can't hear them.
They can hear you.
Sharon, are there any comments from the audience?
Do you have Zane logged on? Okay. Switch, you can hear?
Brian, you're still muted on Zoom.
Can you hear now? Okay. Sharon, do we have any comments from the audience?
We have no comments from the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Ms. Hill available?
Yes, I am.
Will you proceed then with your unique trip request, please?
Okay, so the students who won first place in their state competition for the Educators Rising Future Teachers are qualified now to go to the national conference to compete and also to participate in the national conference in Washington, D.C. So we're requesting funds to help us with travel and that sort of thing. But actually, I guess for this meeting, we're just getting approval for the trip.
Yes, the agenda says a trip request, so,
Mm-hmm.
it shows here on your request, there are 3 students,
Yes.
okay? And the total cost, 10 grand?
Yes, and that includes the registration and, the travel costs, traveling by plane, and, meals and hotel when we get there, because we're gonna stay at the conference hotel. So, and it may not be as much as $10,000, but that was just the amount I came up with when I did the, when I figured it all out and, with all of the costs. But if we can, you know, for instance, buy our tickets, our plane tickets, earlier rather than later, it'll be less. So I was just sort of, gauging on a high end.
So the 10 grand is your first rough estimate then?
Yeah,
Okay. Looks like your paperwork's all in order. Any requests, Mr. Montoya? Comments?
Question, how is this being funded?
so right now we're working on grants, to get some funding, and we've also done fundraisers. So the students have raised a couple $1,000s for it.
But the bulk of the funding is coming from where?
I'm working with, Bellamy de Herrera's office. She's trying to get grant money from Title IV and maybe Title I. But, I was told that they can't do anything until we get the trip approved by the board, so.
Okay.
Yeah, Superintendent,
Yes, sir.
are we in a position to be able to provide that through some of those grants?
I do believe we have Bellamy de Herrera online who is supervising those grants. She can give us a better indication. Ms. de Herrera?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Members of the board, we have had pre-authorization through Title IV to support this trip and the approval to fund it, so it is approved. It was just pending the approval through the school board. So if school board approves it, then yes, the funding is there, ready and available.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other requests or comments?
I don't have any comments, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a comment.
Oh, go ahead.
I have a comment.
Ms. Asmus, go ahead.
Okay, I'm not hearing things too clearly,
It was stated that there is funds available through Title IV. What they need first to confirm all of that is the approval of the board.
and what I wanted to know is, besides Title IV, is there any coming from IEC or that part? Anywhere else? Funding?
There's no money available in ICO or any other funding that we looked into.
Okay.
Did that answer your question, Ms. Aspas?
Yes, and the only reason why I asked that is because prior, we still have not, still haven't, tackled that issue of, you know, where IEC, is, how much, you know, money they're allowed to give and things like that. And, I don't think we've tackled that yet. So, but I was just wondering if there was, any credit to this, trip request or this, this trip request.
I think she stated that they have raised about $2,000, if I recall what she said, and
Thank you.
if there are no other questions or comments, we'll move on to item B. Request for approval of gift donations, Shiprock High School, KCHS, FFA, from Stoltz Equipment by Ms. Lake.
Good evening. Good evening, and I would just like to present. So, Stoltz contacted both Kirtland and Shiprock and wanted to know a little bit about our program. We talked to them about our program, and then they sent us a letter with a check to Shiprock FFA chapter, and there's a check directly written to Kirtland FFA chapter from Stoltz to help us in supplemental funding, whether it's animals, equipment, maintenance, anything to do with our travel, or anything to do with our FFA programs.
For the amount of what?
The amount for each chapter is $7,500.
Are they aware that we do have a program now in Newcomb as well?
They did not know at the time.
Okay. And you're here representing both Shiprock and...
Zane, yes, Shiprock and Kirtland. Zane is online. But I like to come in person for technical difficulty reasons.
We understand. And thank you for being here.
You are welcome. Thank you.
Hi, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but my name is Zane Webster. I'm the Kirtland Ag teacher. And just to reiterate everything that Vicki said, this funding would be used to support our kids going down the road. We just wrapped up our career development event season, where our kids performed extremely well, and we're about to roll into our summer leadership programs and events, and we're looking forward to taking kiddos down in May to compete in leadership events on a statewide level and hopefully compete at a national level soon. Yeah, this was a very generous donation, and we were very grateful.
I have a question. Is this judging competitions? Is that what?
Yes. So they now call it CDE's Career Development Events, but it's the same as our judging season. Way back when.
I'll stick with judgment. That means I don't have to learn another acronym.
I know. Yeah, I still call it judging, but for technical, we say CDEs, but yes, it's still judging.
I wonder if yourself and I'm not familiar with the gentleman from KZHS, but could make this donor aware that there is another chapter chapter now in the district in case they,
Yes. When I picked up the check, I did let them know that Newcomb, is now a chapter, so they were gonna look into it.
okay, thank you very much.
But they do know that Newcomb is now, but when they started this, research and all that, they did not realize Newcomb was up and running.
Well, maybe when they started, it wasn't yet. I know it's a new deal down there. We just learned about it here, not board meeting, it was, yeah,
Matter of fact, all 3 schools attended judging or career development events last week. We left on the 1st and got back on the 6th, and all 3 schools were on the same bus. We all traveled together. We all stayed in the same hotel. Of course, we were on the same bus. And all 3 teachers got to know each of everybody's kids. We all worked together. The students actually collaborated. We had 3 from Newcomb on a horse team and 1 from Kirtland on a horse team, and that Kirtland boy stepped up and helped Newcomb and trained that team before state. I have a vet science team, and Kirtland has a vet science team. I took both of those teams and I coached both of them, which I give my Shiprock girls a hard time because Kirtland kicked their behinds. And I'm like, you have the same coach. I don't understand why. So it's really good. Zane took the livestock team, my team and his team, and he coached them. So all 3 of us are working together. And Kirtland and Shiprock have been traveling to the invitational, the judging invitationals. And then Newcomb jumped on board at Roswell, so we traveled together to Roswell, and then we traveled together to state, and we plan to travel to state convention together as well.
so all 3 of you traveled together to Roswell then?
On a bus. Real good. Yep.
Comment.
Go ahead.
Ms. Lake, I truly appreciate what you do,
Thank you.
and the fact that you've just stated what you've done to help that program down in Newcomb, and the fact that the kids have taken that responsibility upon themselves to do that, it just warms my heart.
Thank you.
Because that's what they should be doing, it's helping each other.
It is.
So
It's
that's
nice
wonderful.
it's nice to sit back and watch the kids kind of take that. I mean, by any means, we just put them together and they just,
It just happens
it
organically.
just happens.
Very good.
It's
So
amazing.
they're all to be commended, and you as well for what you do, so I appreciate it. Thank you. And
Thank you.
please tell that the individuals that provided the funding, that's greatly appreciated as well.
I will. Thank you.
Any other comments? Any questions for Ms. Lake?
I don't have any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lake.
Thank you very much.
Keep it up.
Thank you. I gotta train them before I retire.
You're not gonna retire very soon, I hope. You've carried that program very well for quite a while. Moving on to item C, course catalog for school year 24 and 25 by Karina White.
Good evening, school board members and CCS staff. I'm Dr. White. I am the instructional secondary coordinator. I work with the curriculum instruction department, and one of my roles is to support the secondary schools, which includes middle school and high schools. And one of the tasks that we've been looking at is to update our course catalog. And this is what I would be presenting. This is for next school year. About a month ago, we had high school and middle school counselors, core department teachers, principals from all middle schools and high schools come together, and they had a one-day work session on having some deep discussion on what courses to offer for next school year, including graduation requirements, and then the salutatorian and valedictorian formula, which you will see also in the catalog. And most of the pages provide all the course offerings that we are considering for next school year. So the table of contents here pretty much outline what would be in the course catalog. And again, this is a guide for students and parents, as well as counselors, you know, to refer back to if there should be any questions coming up. The course listing, we also worked closely with the DART department to ensure that the course numbers were aligned to what the state STAR course numbers are. And once this is approved, we would like to also consider some of the information that would be relevant to share in the high school student handbooks. So just a quick overview, the graduation requirements pretty much has remained the same for the past few years. We still are requiring our students to be graduating with 24 credits. Of course, they can exceed that. You can go up to the next slide. And this is the valedictorian and salutatorian formula that we utilize in consideration of how we rank students who would receive the valedictorian and the salutatorian. We also considered for the, I believe, the graduating class of 2028 to be slightly different, which, you know, if you go back to the previous slide, their valedictorian and salutatorian formula, we also shared that because this would be for the incoming freshmen. You can go into the next slide, I believe. So as you go further into the catalog, you're going to see like the breakdown of the dual credit that we do have with the colleges, and then we have all the core content areas of what courses are being offered throughout our high schools. And this also includes middle school. The rest of the pages will pretty much just have course numbers, the course descriptions, the course title. So again, this would be, it needs an update, it needs that revision. That was why the work has been done. I believe the last year or the last time that we had a course catalog for our district was 21-22. And this is like a 40-plus page catalog, course catalog. So this would be my presentation regarding the course catalog for school year 24-25.
Are there any comments or questions? Mr. Montoya?
Where is history listed on this?
History would be under social studies.
Okay, I have no other questions. She kind of answered the one initially at the beginning when she said that there'd be, I believe she stated some of this would be added to the student handbook, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because that was my question, if any of it was going to be tied into it, so you've already answered that for me, thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Although
Thank you.
I do have one more question, I apologize.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Personal finance. Did I miss that, or is that not in here?
There's a difference. We have financial literacy that would be under a math course. We do have personal finance literacy. And
Okay.
that would be under, I believe, a CTE course.
Very good, I'm glad they're separated. Thank you.
Right, right. And just for your information, there were a lot of CTE courses and we just couldn't get it in here, but there will be a link provided so that all the course offerings under CTE would be listed. And I know personal finance is part of CTE.
questions or comments from the board members? Okay. All right, moving on to the next letter D, bilingual multicultural education program grant application by Cheryl Benali. Ms. Benali?
Hi, good evening. Thank you for this opportunity for allowing me to present this BMEP grant application for 2024 and 2025. I am the bilingual coordinator for the ICO Intercultural and Community Outreach. Thank you, President Haskey, Superintendent, and board members. The purpose of this grant is to ensure that we are compliant with the BMEP Act of 1978. And what this grant is to provide funds for the linguistically and culturally diverse students from kindergarten through 12th grade. So as a part of this grant that we go through and revamp every school year, part of my responsibilities is to ensure that the Heritage Navajo Spanish and dual language programs are meeting the requirements under this grant, which I will go into further. And it also includes the English language arts / English language development classes that we have with under this grant. And so currently, under our programs, we have a total of, this is broken down by Heritage Navajo. We have 1,301 students that participate in the heritage programs from kindergarten through 12th grade. We do have 100 students in the Kirtland area that participate in the Spanish programs. We currently have 23 students that are participating in the dual language programs, which is Eva B. Stokely and also at Newcomb Elementary School. And for the English learners, we had that, we also serve the English learners. So the BMEP program, we have a total of 1,625 students that are identified as English learners. So kind of to give you a breakdown of how we work this is that in our Shiprock and Newcomb schools, we serve K-5 where ELD is embedded to the ELA programming. And so basically we call those a self-contained classrooms where teachers in those capacities have an endorsement or they're on a waiver. In the Kirtland schools, we still have the K through 6, so they follow the same format as far as like having the teachers having the credentials and also that the ELD, which stands for English Language Development, to support our English learners with strategies and things of that nature into the classroom. And so 6th through 8th grade, we do have the same format. And it's ELA specific content because we have, we have teachers that are ELA teachers, so we really strongly urge them to earn their TESOL endorsement. In the same format with grades 9 through 12. So in that, we do embed the consortium with, we have a framework that we focus on speaking domain with our program, and that's with the WIDA consortium. And that focuses culturally linguistic relevant instruction, which is CLRI, which is embedded into the instruction. We do have an elevation platform that is utilized as a monitoring tool for strategies, and data is utilized for teachers and school administrators to see the English learner plans as well. Next. So the processes and protocols. So in order to do the grant, I really have to have a time frame into doing that. And that goes to like being involved with the principals' meetings and also working on a timeline. So we collaborate with the principals and assistant principals. We break this down to make it easy for them to have our schools know what their programming is about, and also to get their heritage teachers involved. So that involves data collection, identifying the parent advisory committees, the PAC, as you may know at the school level, board presentation, and this is a part of it, is for me to report to the board in order to get district assurances. And with my staff that I supervise, we do an internal deadline with school principals and to ensure that they have the components ready for us when we have to enter this data into the system with the Language Culture Bureau or PED. Next. So this kind of gives them, I provided this timeline for our school principals to kind of get an idea of when we start this application and when or what's due and how to get their language, their heritage, Navajo, Spanish, and dual language teachers to be involved with this process. And also, you know, I've had this done differently to help principals to make it easy for them to submit this information with the timeline and deadlines. And, you know, I got the report done and, you know, to do the board report. So that way they have an idea as far as like how I have to get this information reported. And part of this collaboration is also with the data department, with DART. And, you know, they help us with deciphering the data at the school level and, you know, providing us the details of how to help. And I really appreciate the principal's input in making this transition. This is going to be maybe the 3rd year since I've been doing this, that it's been just simple. I don't want to call it simple. I don't want to make it say it's easy, but it's just the transition and the flow of getting this information in by the deadline has been really helpful. Next. So these are the schools that we write for, and I do want to say that I do need to make a correction on that, because we were informed by PED the last school year that that Dream Danette is you know, applying for their grants on their own. So please excuse that. I will make that update, because I do have an email from PED that indicates that Dream Danette is applying for their own grant under the BMEP. So those are the schools that we collect the data from with all the information that I had showed in that timeline. And having this system in place has just made it really easy. Having a system and a framework in place really helps to get this information together and to meet the deadlines. But I also wanted to communicate that we did have to get an extension, because their timeline of when they wanted their information in was April 2nd, and I did let them know that the next board meeting was today, and I was granted that extension. So they're just going to be waiting on the district assurances to be signed, and I can upload all the information into SharePoint. I stand for questions.
Board members, do you have any questions or comments?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I didn't see anything in here on the language seals for the end of the year.
We, at this time, we did have, I need to enter that and probably in the next report, but I can provide the information that we did have some schools, Newcomb High School, that had some students participate in the bilingual seal. And I haven't received any results from that yet. But for Spanish, for the Spanish component, according to Mr. Camacho, he will have probably some that will be seniors next year that will be going for this Spanish bilingual seal.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions or comments?
I have no question.
Okay. I don't have any questions. Thank you, Ms. Benali. We will move on to letter E, Fine Arts Elementary Arts Grant by Bellamy de Herrera Presley.
Good evening, school board members. I am in a remote setting. I'm in a role of agriculture this evening as well, so I'm multitasking with our kiddos that are in 4-H projects, moving into the next level of FFA. So I'm developing our 4-H kiddos right now. Thank you for this opportunity to present. The presentations I'll be speaking about tonight are two of the grant opportunities coming through our district. This first opportunity is one that we have applied for in the past. It's our FAEA, which is the Fine Arts Elementary Act. And this one supports schools with students kindergarten through 6th grade at the elementary levels. And so specifically the core mission, as you see on the slide, is to promote the equity, excellence, inclusion, education, and diversity in and through the arts, humanities, literacy, math, and sciences. Specifically, the grant, as I shared, is focused on arts, fostering rich cultural life for all New Mexicans and boosting learning and achievement. So supplement and supporting our students that then also move into the academic settings. The vision of FAE is equity and culture, elevates the quality of life in all our communities, and drives arts education growth across the creative economy. These programs are inclusive and equitable and embrace diversity. These programs empower a new generation through creative youth development and education. The FAEA have a focus on advancing inclusion and equity, enriching communities through arts curriculum, growing the creative economy, and empowering a creative generation. And the arts will build individualized capacity in every school. So this is the vision through this grant. Next slide, please. So the teachers come together in arts and music in the K-5 elementary and K-6 elementary programs, and they develop the goals. Goals that they are focusing on from previous year moving into this year include, at the music level, 100% of K-5 elementary students and 6th grade music students will be given the opportunities to study musical pieces of music of different genres and perform them for a live audience. Their measurement is looking at an outcome of 80% of students will rehearse and perform in a music program that is presented to the community. The teachers will take performer attendance at concerts to determine the results. So they are open. They have their showcases at the PAC Center and BIPAC Center and at Newcomb open centers in the Newcomb area. Their goal 2 in the music focus is 100% of K-5 elementary and 6th grade music students will be engaged in different domains of music, such as listening, singing, playing an instrument, creating, and rhythmic activities. And their outcome measurement is 80% of students will be actively engaged in making music in class. The next slide, goal 3, is for our art program. Art teachers have come together. 100% of students will be given the opportunities to study and create a variety of art pieces in different media. This includes the annual art show. So there is an annual showcase that happens in the spring, and that's where they look at their outcome measurement. Students will identify diverse media with 80% accuracy and have at least one product in the annual art showcase. Next slide. 6th grade music school goals for art students: work on project related and content area, like installations, collaboration with other grade levels, or working within the community. And their measurement outcome for success, students will be able to showcase their work in a presentation format. The next slide. Program monitoring and feedback within the students. Students then perform written assignments. Rubrics are created. Formative assessments like exit tickets, informal checks for understanding, observational checklists for lower elementary, and those sorts of assessment monitors. The advisory council, 2 fine arts advisory council meetings are held each year to review testing data, surveys, and help with fine arts applications. At the spring meeting, we review student, parent, and teacher surveys and work on goals for the upcoming school year. In the fall, we hold a meeting to review the goals and plan upcoming events for the year. And so the team is currently finalizing the survey that will be going out in the next 10 days. And then they will be reviewing that information to then drive their instruction this next year. Next slide. The funds matrix. So this fund is kind of a unique fund that, although they call it a grant, the money comes into the SEG. And so each year they develop a matrix that then we utilize. We provide the 80-120 day average, and this is the matrix that's been provided to us this year. It changes. So for existing programs, we will take the number of students. We're looking at 2,343 students in the K-6 area, and then multiplied by 0.055, which is the cost differential factor, and then multiplied by the unit value. This year, the unit value is $6,442.55. So therefore, we are looking at, unless something changes within New Mexico Public Education, of $830,219.20 that would come into the SEG component. And this money in the past had been earmarked for our art teachers and music teachers' salaries. So last year's money was 100% for salaries so that we would have art and music teachers at each school. If you remember in the past, we had teachers that had to split between schools, half time at one school, half time at another, and school board recommended through that year, which was 3 years ago, that we then fund 100% one FTE of art and music. So that's what we have maintained, and unless there's any recommendational changes from the school board, that's what we would continue, is that there is 1.0 FTE at each. Then, as a closing component, this grant does require that there are signatures at the bottom. The form Ms. Ray has to be able to share, the link is here. The form looks like that icon there at the bottom, just to give a piece of reference, and it would request the school board president's signature, superintendent, myself, and then our fiscal director to sign. And then we would upload that with the application when we submit that. It is due May 23rd, 2024, and so we are seeking your permission to continue on with applying for these funds. Thank you, and I'm open for questions.
Question.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
So that amount of funding, Superintendent, that is more than enough to suffice to cover the FTEs needed for all the teachers that we have providing those services?
Ms. Herrera can probably elaborate more, but the short answer is no.
Any amount of where we're short on what the total would be? It'd be conjecture on my part, but I can tell you that it's always been kind of sort of an unfunded mandate where with the funding we get, we're able to support maybe half of our staff. So the question is, are there any other grants, public-private, that may be able to make up that difference?
Ms. Herrera Presley, do you have an answer for that?
Sure, thank you for that opportunity. What we have done thus far is to supplement through the operations funds. It takes, if I have a loose guesstimate, I'm not sure what the raises look like and what each additional teacher's salary is to support, that percentage of a raise individually, but we're very close. We do fund the art teachers right now. Our music teachers have historically been funded through the operational funds, and so not being able to supplant within our grants, We've maintained our music teachers on operations this entire time. Our art teachers were the ones that had been in question over these last 6 years, and so we had split it originally, but this money here supports the art teachers funds only, and that's what it has been maintained. So looking at that, when you're looking at 830,000, we have 8 elementary schools. Looking at a teacher's salary full-time, we're relatively close. And then we utilize Title IV for the supplies and materials. And so we then leverage that grant so that we don't have to take supplies and materials out of this grant.
Okay, and
So
that,
when we look at a level 2, a level 3 teacher's salary, you know, $60,000 to $70,000, supporting benefits, you know, 8 elementary schools. We're very close.
looking at those numbers initially and then how many we have, labor in and of itself just eats up that amount. And that's why, again, and you're expressing the use of the title funds for supplies and materials, and that's all good and well, but it just would be nice to, I don't want to go back to having to share, because it's really a disservice to these kids, because I've said this before, and kind of to the point of why we are where we are with all the schools having them, is that sometimes it's the arts that where we find these kids to be able to pull them in to start expanding that learning, to get them interested in their education. So that's going to be a hard decision in respects to how we proceed with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Board members? No. Okay. I don't have anything at this time either, so thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Did you have a comment?
If I may speak a little bit of
Yes.
what, actually the gifted program actually respond to some of those needs that Mr. Montoya actually mentioned earlier. Since we have our gifted program started this year, we are in collaboration with the gifted teacher to do the pool or the talent pool for our students. So those students who are inclined to arts, they are, even though they are not identified as gifted students yet, they are able to go to that class, to that particular teacher, and enhance that creativity or artistry for those kids. So there are kind of like crossing of the programs and getting those students' talents, gifts and talents actually hone and develop more. So once we get our gifted program also going for those kids that already identified, we'll get our experts in arts, in paintings, and all of those things that can really get them into, develop their talents fully. So I just wanted to mention that one of the things that we're doing in the gifted program.
Thank you for that. On to the next item, letter F, Public Arts Funds for CCSD by Bellamy de Herrera Presley. Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, hold on just a moment. Yes. Secretary Wells.
I do have a question for, you mentioned art. When, years ago when my kids were in school, the school district had a talent fair where students were encouraged and displayed in an art show. Absolutely fantastic talent. I haven't seen that in several years. Is that something that is encouraged, is looked at, if you got a few more minutes, you could address that possibly.
Mr. Superintendent, is that directed at me or Mr. Venturina?
Mr. Venturina.
Did you catch that?
Yes, sir. Actually, recently this week, our students from not Newcomb, Kirtland Middle School, they went to state and have their arts presented. I know in the past year, we have used our PAC, our Performing Arts Center, to display all our students' arts, crafts, and basically their output in their respective arts and art classes. So we have that. We're actually working with our PR, our Jared, to get that something going on for us to get, out there and see our students' output and products in those areas. Yes, we do have those activities that we're showcasing our students. We just didn't have time to put in our buildings, but they are in the building, and they are also competing. Actually, I think one of our students in Kirtland Middle School get one of the highest distinction for showcasing their arts this week. And it hasn't been in our website, but I think Jared will follow through with that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Herrera Presley. You may start your presentation on public arts funds appropriations.
Thank you, President Houskey, school board members. This evening's presentation, Public Arts Fund Appropriation, is a unique opportunity that has been provided to our district, and I'd like to share with you what has been presented to us that we're working towards, and then also how we received that, and then assistance that we're requesting from the school board this evening. So this amount of funds that we're talking about comes from a capital outlay. It was new to me. I was very interested to hear. The title is Arts in Public Places. And the way this program works is when there is capital outlay projects that are happening within a school board or a school district, there is a law that is what they call the 1% for art programs. It's a requirement. The law is coming in from section 14.4A, section 13.4A4 of the NMSA 1978 Act. So I shared a link in there if you'd like to be able to look further into it. It's a very unique opportunity. Specifically, these funds were allotted to our district in 2002. And so, yes, that is not a typo. 2002, it was just brought to our attention, so I'm not sure from New Mexico legislature what happened within that. However, we acted upon it, and the funds were set aside in 2002, and they live within the New Mexico Arts program. There's no additional application or payment, so we did not apply for these funds. This was something that we were notified about, that because there were projects that happened in our school district, that this, based on the law, was guaranteed to our program. The minimum price point of $1,000 up to $5,000 is part of the funding requirement. So this is just the general background to bring us up into what we'll share into the next slide. So the 1% for public art capital outlay, the eligibility is that Arts and Public Places programs of New Mexico Arts Division, the NMAD, outlined by the Arts in Public Places, the AIPP, the section I just shared, 13-4A11, NMSA 1978, has specific eligibility requirements. The 1%, as I shared, with the capital outlay appropriations of $100,000 or less, those are not eligible. So in our case, there was work that was performed in our district at Newcomb Elementary, Najoni Elementary, and Noshchitty Elementary back in 2002 that were greater than $100,000. And so then that moved into the law of the 1%. Next slide, please. So with that, we were notified from the AIPP that the 3 schools that I indicated, and as well as, unfortunately, not in existence anymore, Natani Elementary School. So because of the improvements that were made in the outlay, capital outlay, then there was work that was performed at Newcomb Elementary, appropriation of, as you can see there, $500,194, which then within the 1% allowed for the purchasing of arts of up to $5,000.80 for Newcomb Elementary, Najoni Elementary, 25, I'm sorry, it's a little small for me to see, but you can see that there, 2506, I want to say, and 70 cents. And then Noshchitty Elementary, 2,445 cents, that they are awarded. And then this is where we are requesting support from school board. Natani Elementary was awarded $4,813. So the 3 schools, principals, have been included in the conversations. We have been conversing for the last couple of months to follow the regulations of developing a selection committee within their school communities, and then to look at what possible art work that they would be able to purchase with these funds. We are needing assistance with how to divide up the $4,813 between those other 3 schools. So that's where we're seeking recommendations and feedback from our school board, if we should even it out to where all schools are awarded within the $5,000, or if we split that $4,813 just 3 ways and then divide it amongst the 3 schools. It has been up to our discretion. We've reached out to AIPP, and they've shared with us that as long as it goes to those other 3 schools, we can divvy it up however we feel.
I have a question.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
So that 14,721, we were not abiding by this law, right? And this is what we have to, we use this 14,721 is what you're asking, correct?
It wasn't that we weren't abiding, we were gifted this money.
Oh, we were gifted the money, okay.
Yes, we were gifted this. We were, there was work that was done at all 4 of these schools back in 2002. And because of the capital outlay funds to provide renovations, repairs, whatever it was that happened at that time, it looks like on the side, there were 2 kindergarten classrooms that were renovated at Newcomb Elementary, a kindergarten classroom at Najoni Elementary. It's not indicated at Noshchitty Elementary what was the narrative there, and then at Natani Elementary, it was 2 kindergarten classrooms that received the renovations. So because those renovations came from capital outlay public tax dollars, then part of that requirement from the government is to gift us 1% of those funds to be used towards the purchase of art. So
Thank you
hope
for the
that
clarification.
helps.
No, that really does help. It clarifies things for me. Thank you.
You're welcome. And so where we are needing assistance is, unfortunately, Natani Elementary does no longer exist. So we have $4,813.40 that was gifted to us that we need to decide where and how to divide that up amongst the 3 schools. One of the components that also is within your packet is the requirements with the arts. The vendors are vendors that have already been approved through the New Mexico Arts in Public Places, and so we have to utilize their vendors that have applied and have approved. We can't seek vendors on our own. We have to utilize their vendors. But what we're seeing is many of the art pieces are over $2,000, over $2,500, and closer to the $5,000 mark. And so, you know, we definitely would like to provide Nizhoni, Nashchiti the opportunity to have, you know, higher quality art as well. But it really just depends upon the recommendation of the school board, if you'd like us to just divide that $4,813 three ways between the three existing schools, or if we look at all schools receive $5,000 or close to $5,000. So that's where we're needing some support. And in the next slide, we can move into that. What they require of us is that we fill out the form, so the schools will be working with their teams. We have to support that there's not a conflict of interest. So as you can see there, I agree to refrain from conduct which constitutes a conflict of interest, and the team has to fill out that form and sign it. We have to submit that with the purchase request. And then the next steps would be setting up the teams at the school sites to determine how they will make their art selection. And what's required is site principal, a school team, the federal program support, and then our finance department. But this is no cost to the district. It's money that was gifted to us. And in your handout packets that Ms. Ray provided to you, in the back, you'll see that there are examples of some of the artwork, and you can see some of the cost. So, you know, obviously, depending upon the amount of money, you know, it ranges anywhere from $1,500 to could be $20,000. You know, some pieces are high. Unfortunately, we didn't receive that much money at the schools, so they'll be looking at art that's within their, you know, their gifted amount.
Are there already vendors that we work with that provide the artwork, or are there opportunities for us to purchase the artwork from our local communities?
That is what our team is looking at. We do want to support the vendors that would be potentially in our area first. Ms. Ortiz from the Arts Council did share that there are a few Navajo representation of vendors. They may not be in our school district. They may be from a surrounding community or even within Arizona, Navajo Nation boundaries within some of the other states. So it really is just dependent upon what the committee looks at. But they did request that we look at our area first.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, go ahead.
So I just want to make a comment on the 1%. So what we can do is, if there are local artists that are interested in getting in on this program, we can have them talk to Ms. Ortiz. They have to do whatever their vendor packet is and all that, but that might be something that they can do so that they can get on that list, so that when the 1% goes out across the state, they can be represented. But that is a potential. I don't know if there's time now with our stuff, because our stuff's going to expire, but we can look into that.
Thank you. Are there board members, any questions or comments? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Ms. Bellamy, so why do you, on that slide you had up there earlier with the 4 schools, and you keep saying 3, why is that?
Because the fourth school, Natani Elementary, no longer exists in our school district. So the four schools that were awarded this fund was Newcomb Elementary, Najoni Elementary, Nashchidi Elementary, and Natani Elementary. So we have to keep those funds within the system of what was awarded. So there were four schools in 2002, but the funds that are here, there's no representation for Natani Elementary. So we would have to disseminate that amount of money into the existing schools on this list, the three schools.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any additional questions or comments? No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your report.
Thank you. If you would just be so kind to share with us how you would recommend that so that we could move through. There are some timelines to get this done, before the money expires. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. We will definitely take into consideration the two options. Thank you.
Thank you.
Letter G, request for disposal of property for Transportation Department by Cindy Theodore.
Good evening, board members, board president, and board members, and superintendent and audience. I've got a couple of items for request to dispose. They were retired in 2019, beyond repair, high mileage, and there were 2005 buses, City Bluebird buses, that have been parked. And this is to get them off the auditor, or the list, the active list. Next page. Sarah, can you go to the next page?
There's only 2 pages, Cindy.
How about the one, the very first one I sent you, the one with the filter? So there was 2 documents.
It probably didn't upload. I have to go through my email to get that for you.
Oh dear. Okay.
You want me to
Yeah,
get
that was the first one I sent you back, I think like April 1st.
Oh, yes, okay. All right.
Ms. Theodore, so is there more than these 2 vehicles that are needed to be disposed?
Yes, this document that I have sent, which is a pallet of obsolete filters that we no longer need, that are outdated, and we were wanting to put them on public auction. And there's also a desk, an office desk that we no longer use, and we're going to put it on public auction.
Sharon, you're looking for that list, correct?
Yes, I am. Just give me a
Okay.
few seconds.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, another sheet. She has another sheet. Sharon?
Yes, I'm sorry.
We can move on to the next item while you find that document.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're gonna come back to, letter G. We'll move on to letter H, discussion of updating logos for all schools in CCSD by Jared Noble.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, thank you for this opportunity to share. This is just simply a discussion of wanting to update our logos for 2024. So Sharon, if you could scroll down, please. So the reason is, back in 2016, we have the approved logos here presenting right now. Just a couple of things I want to share with our board members. On this approved logos, whenever I was digging around for these logos, it's basically, a lot of these are very low quality images that we're using for our schools. Several of these logos are missing right now to where we can't even find them. And at least the higher quality images. And then, yes, so the third bullet point is to make sure whenever we do approve new logos, if you grant us the permission, that we can secure these properly, these logos for future use. And that means having better branding with our logos. That means like marketing, merchandise, just putting those on our social media platforms and such. And vendors just appreciate a vectorized logo over a rasterized logo. And what do I mean between vectorized and rasterized? That's a graphic designer's, a term that graphic designers use for graphics. So Sharon, if you scroll down. So here's an example, kind of like what we're dealing with right now. Rasterized is kind of the images, the logos that we have right now. And hopefully we can update and approve some of these new logos into a vectorized file, which is basically a super high quality image that we can create with our logos. So there's a couple of solutions I wanted our board members to consider. Sharon, if you scroll down. So here's just an example of what UNM, like colleges, universities are having. Maybe we could have a primary logo for our schools and then consider an alternative logo like their sports logo, like the Lobos, and also the other logos that they use for their colleges. But basically that UNM logo is pretty much their primary logo that they use for, like letters of official transcripts and such like that. So that's just an idea if our board wants to consider that. So Sharon, if you actually go to the next slide. I'm picking on Shiprock High School again, but this is basically maybe an example of that chieftain logo, that old design to make it as a primary, and then the chieftain head on the right would be like the alternative for like sports and such. Sharon, next slide. So this was just an idea to pass on to our board members, is basically seeking input from our stakeholders. That would be students, staff, alumni, parents, community members. A lot of these logos go back years, and there's pride in their communities with the logos that they have. And I think it's really important that maybe we consider doing some surveys on logos that they feel represent their schools and that as a collective vision and value for their community. And really just kind of the last point is that we can collect all these results and present them in the next school board meeting in May. Sharon, you can go ahead and scroll down. And members of the board, President Haskey, I stand for questions.
Board members, do you have any questions or comments for Mr. Noble? This is, Jared, this was a topic that I think at one of the conferences or meetings we had, it was about cultural appropriations and how mascots are being changed due to that. And I really do appreciate you suggesting having a survey being sent around to solicit input from the community, because that was a huge topic, especially with our NFL, our teams, NHL teams all over. So, and I did hear this at a conference recently, and I had brought it up before. So I'm thankful this has been brought up, because I would be interested in getting input from the community, especially in regards to your examples. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm on. Yeah, I was actually going to ask that same question that I think Board President Haskell had asked, is that now that we're trying to update the logos and so forth, maybe this is, as part of the public input process, whether or not it's maybe time to look at whether the two mascots that we have for Sebeda and also Shiprock High School, if it's still appropriate from our stakeholders, whether we keep the logos or if we change to a different logo. Because we do have a warrior and chieftain as the logo. So maybe that, like if we were to keep the logo, maybe what are other options that could be considered? Because I was thinking along those lines of what Ms. Haskell had stated about whether it's still appropriate to keep Native people as mascots. And I think it's important to collect feedback from our stakeholders, parents, community members, as part of this process moving forward. Just some thoughts.
Thank you. Go ahead, Vice President Aspis.
For myself, to me, I think there's much more other issues than having to deal with mascots, especially when they're portrayed in a positive way. And I think others, you know, as brought up about NFL and things like that, they're, you know, they had the argument, even one team decided to change their mascot, and now another group, another Native-led group is wanting them to change it back, because it was after a real chief, and it was shown, they felt like it was shown in a positive light. And so I don't know, this has been an ongoing issue, and yeah, I first heard about it at NEIA, and then later school board, National School Board Convention, but mostly at NEIA, and but to me, I feel that, you know, and maybe in their areas, they don't, or there's not a Native population, majority Native population, maybe they feel that it is negative, but I believe here over the years, from what I've seen, is that it's been in a positive light. And to me, I wouldn't want to see it changed. I mean, that's a legacy. Thank you.
Okay.
So, I appreciate Ms. Aspas's comments because you talk about the two TBA in Sherbrooke High School that goes all the way back to the 60s, and how people are always saying once a chieftain, always a chieftain. What are we going to do, change that? Once a frog, always a frog, I guess? I don't know, I mean, but, you know, I understand it, I don't agree with it, but because of where we are and so many people that I've heard and talked to and asked them about specific logos, they take a whole lot of pride in it. And that's not just my opinion, these are people telling me that. And they're telling me, oh, I hope you guys never get in that discussion because it shouldn't be changed. And I'm of that same opinion as well. Now, to update them per Gerald's suggestion, can they be enhanced, improved? Absolutely. The quality of them? Absolutely. But changing them? No, I'm not of that opinion to change it because, again, it goes back way too far, and there's, again, once a chieftain, always a chieftain. But that's just kind of where I stand as far as making them better and making them look better, more accessible, and the example that he gave with the logos, I think that's spot on as well too, because it certainly gives an opportunity. You do it for a letterhead on a letterman's jacket. You can't put the initial one on there because there's too much detail. So you have to have a secondary or maybe even something third that would apply to it. That would be discernible and being able to be viewed. And so in that regards, that's, you know, I agree with that. They need to be enhanced or improved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Mr. Wells?
I agree with what Ms. Aspas and Mr. Montoya said. Improve the quality, but don't change the logo.
Okay. Are we, if there aren't any other comments or questions, we will move back to the previous presentation, to letter G.
Okay, yeah, this is the correct one. So this is, a pallet of, air filters that were purchased and, they're obsolete and no longer needed for our bus fleet. And we would like to put them on public auction.
Ms. Theodore, it's really difficult to hear you talking. I'm not sure if, you sound muffled. I'm not sure if it's your speaker or you're too far from the speaker. I mean, from your mic.
Can you hear me now?
You still sound muffled.
If you go to the board package, it just says air filters.
You sound like you got a rag over your mic.
I think she said the air filters were obsolete. That's what's.
Okay, how about now? Can you hear me now?
It's a little bit better.
Okay, so this is the, pallet of air filters for, that are obsolete and are no longer needed for our bus fleet. So we would like to put them on public auction. And then, like I was saying, we have one desk that, we no longer use, and also we wanted to place that on, public auction also. I stand for question.
questions or comments?
So, Ms. Theodore, you can do that on these obsolete parts? Because I think it's a good idea, especially with supply chain, you know, where, I believe, maintenance shops and things like that, they're really scrambling, trying to look for parts and, you know, salvage yards and things like that. So I think it's a great idea, but I'm just wondering, is it legal for us to do that?
Yes, we've done it before. I mean, it's been a while since we've done one of them, but we have done one before.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. No.
Should, whatever you just click or just dispose of it, throw it away?
No. Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Theodore, for your presentation. We will move on to item I, Utilities Comparison Report, March 2024 by Carol Gonzalez.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. I hope I can read this.
Let's see, it's small.
So, this 5-year comparison report, if you just look at the very back page on page 5. So if you look at the difference between 23, 24, we're about a $500,000 difference at this point. And so that's just in the grand total. And we're working on the budget now, so we'll have information for you in more details soon as we work on the budget.
Okay, thank you. On your report, what's all the questions? Are there no, you don't have a line item, or you just, not,
So it's
the
got the
account mask.
electricity. Oh, so the account mask is just saying, pick up anything that's 544, which would be 54411, which would be electricity, 54412 is natural gas,
Okay.
that kind of stuff. So it's just saying, pick it for that,
Okay.
for those categories.
All right. Thank you.
I asked for this because I think it's a good idea to keep, you know, a separate record of it, and especially with, I don't know, I just think that sometime, somewhere in the future, you know, they're gonna ask, and, or we're gonna need that information, and we can quickly see it. I mean, just like you were saying, from, you know, the comparison from one year to the other.
Yeah. So, yeah, well, I think it is good information, and then, like I said, we're working on the budget hard right now, and so we'll have additional information soon, so, more detail.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, just real quick, with this report, I think it's a good report. Are you able to flag any sort of, how do I say this? Inefficiencies or red flags where there's maybe some buildings that are using a lot more power than normal, or a lot more water? Or is this able to tell you or guide information as far as what's happening at some of the buildings? In terms of maybe looking at some stuff that may, like inefficiencies, are there areas that can be made more efficient, more cost-effective in that regard?
Not with this software. It's primarily what's used is paid, and that's it. So we'd have to do the individual analysis ourselves and see if we could figure out. And then what I'm not sure is, I'm not sure that every building, like, I know the schools and that kind of stuff are all metered. We'd have to look at probably Utility Direct, so we could see some of that. So there's another system that we plug that data into, and then we'd have to maybe do some analysis through there.
Okay.
So,
I kind of, well, I agree with that, you know, that if there's any spikes or you know, that we should be looking at. But I don't know how. I think a lot of they're pretty old and they don't have their own watt meter. And it's pretty expensive to change over, and so, especially now. So
Yeah, I don't know. We would really have to research that and see what we could come up with and what kind of data. I was looking at a new software now that I didn't get through the whole presentation, but I would think it would do some stuff like that where it takes all your data and it starts doing your comparisons and that kind of stuff for it. I wanted to see if that one will work, if it works in other areas. So those are the things that we do need to move towards and looking at.
And, well, I think too with, you know, the new teacherage that is happening and being built, that, you know, they're gonna have their own designated watt meter, and so, you know, you kind of go down a little bit. That's what I think. I don't know.
I would hope that with, you know, the new technology with LED lights and all that stuff, I would hope that as we start converting to all of that, that the wattage would go down. I know in my house, I did convert over, and I run on average probably like $70-some, you know, a month, where I used to be a lot higher. So I do know that it works. It's just getting it converted and all that stuff, so.
Thank you. No questions? Any questions or comments? No. Okay, thank you. We will move on to letter J, POs over $60,000 and $3,500 to $10,000, March 2024 by Carol Gonzalez. The mic keeps shutting off.
I don't know if it needs batteries or. I don't know if you want me to read all of them, or you just wanted to look at that and see pretty much what we're doing for the month. This one's just those.
16.
I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, no, if you just look at this summary page right here, this gives you the whole detail. So if you look at number 1, in the superintendent stack, we are looking at bus camera systems at $598,073. And then if you just go down, maintenance is doing shields, air purification systems. And then same thing, Vita Shields for maintenance. And then in superintendents, there's a digital watchdog camera server upgrade. And then in maintenance, the picnic tables and benches for Eva B. And then CES for the superintendent stack is additional camera upgrades. And then if you look at the next one, CES EBS shade structure foundation, and that goes with the outdoor furniture. Same thing with the EBS shade structure there. And teacherage subdivision for the next phase. And then in construction again, SHS track repairs and resurfacing. Same thing for one's SHS and one's KCHS. And then the last thing is the Nijoni camera replacement. Those are all the POs for over 60,000.
Okay, thank you. You don't have any questions?
All the
Okay.
details are in the packet.
Letter K, accounts payable disbursements, listing outstanding checks with expenditures and revenue reports, budget journal entries reports, and invoice journal detail report by Carol Gonzalez.
So if you look at this one and we go all the way to the very end, it's a lot of pages. We're looking at 4.178 million in disbursements from the operational fund for the month of April. Actually, for the month of March, for April. So we can move on to the next one. For activities, go to the very bottom of that, we've got expenditures in the amount of $29,826.50. Am I doing what?
Small print.
Oh, well, in order for them to get it to fit on the page, yeah, that's how it comes out. Well, I can't even read it. So this one is the JOM. It's $23,550.08 that was spent. That was under the JOM expenditures, yeah. And then the outstanding. You can look at it in, yeah, in detail. Yeah, so if you look at that report, it gives you all the detail.
I've never asked this about financial director, but if you see something kind of off, do you question?
Yeah, and I want to put more emphasis into that next year. This year was a learning, it's hard coming into a new district because you have to learn all the staff, you have to learn everybody accounts differently from school to school, so you have to learn the system a little bit differently because they're set up differently. And then just all the different grants and stuff. So next year I'd like to spend more time in that area and doing a lot more, but yeah. And I'd like to actually start convening an actual team where 2 members of the board, we meet maybe at least quarterly, but maybe by, every other month, just so we could go over some stuff. I think that's necessary. And then you guys would be whoever the 2 people are, they would be the representatives for the board. So I think that's necessary. We probably should be doing that.
And here how many meetings have we had before? Just one? No.
I think we only had like 2 pre and post.
We usually, for audit, we just do usually the entrance conference and the exit conference. But we really should be having some financial meetings as well. So we would have the 2 for the audit and then the financial meetings. And at least quarterly. So I'd like to implement that for next year.
That would be good. And if you could, when in June, maybe to start implementing the process, the different process that we had, that you had brought up before. I know it's hard to go through each of these and just
Yeah,
list.
I think we need to have that meeting first, so I can show you everything first, and then transition to it all, so that we can see what it is that we're gonna present to you guys. That would make more sense than this. This is just data, so if you just wanna now just look at it, it's pretty much just all the expenditures for the prior month. So that's mostly what it is. So it's hard to report on it, because it's just data.
And I guess I would say the same thing that Vice President Aspis mentioned. If there's anything out of the ordinary that we should be really looking at until we have this for this month and next month.
Yes.
To be able to highlight that discrepancies.
Yeah.
And then we can discuss further on the best best way for this information to be presented to us.
Yes. So I'm looking into all that now. So if we move to this next one, if there's no other questions there, this one's just the outstanding check listing. And in operational, we're at $1.1 million in outstanding checks. So it just shows you who hasn't cashed their checks yet. That's pretty much what it tells you at the time that this is printed. And then the next one is activities.
Just real quick, at what point do they become stale checks? Is it 90 days?
After a year.
A year, okay.
Yeah. And so each month, Lucy is taking anything that would have expired and made the journal entries to fix it and put it back into the fund. I think she contacts the people too and makes sure that, hey, you didn't cash this, or verifies what happened with it. But then it becomes stale dated and we put it back into the account.
On this ASPIS, you're on the checklist.
I know, I don't know what I did with them.
Where?
Yeah, it says 326 and
I put them away in a good place.
319.
Phone has a year to expire. This the one outstanding?
Just donate it back.
It's not on this one, it's the outstanding, let's see. Outstanding chip, oh, right here. Let's see. Trying to figure where you.
So one thing, if you can't find it, you can always come and see Aaron and he can void it, stop it at the bank and reissue you a new one. We could do that.
Good call on that.
Yeah.
We had it equalized, we just. What do you think? I guess I could have found
Okay. And then you can move on to the next one. I don't know what's next on the list. Let's see. Probably expenditures, yeah. So we look at the bottom of this, the expenditures for the 11s through 23s. Range to date, we've spent 4.1 million, and then year to date, 31 million. This next one, grants 24 to 29s, and range to date, 2.5 million and 19 million year to date. And capital outlay and debt services, 6.77 million for the month and then 60 million for the year to date. And revenues. In general funds, we have brought in, let's see, is that 5.9? Yeah, 5.9 million in this month, and then 54 million in total for the year. And then in grants, our range to date was 1.5 was reimbursed last month, and 24 million total for the year. And then capital outlay and debt services, 40,901.85 for ad valorem taxes. 40,000. So we're at 16 million right now. We called them, we're waiting for another disbursement, but we haven't seen that yet, so I don't know what it's gonna be. They come pretty slow. You just never know. Okay, and then this next one is the budget journal entries report. These are just all the journal entries that were made for the month.
I have a comment.
Yes.
It's more in line with impact aid. I was informed by one of the members that's involved in Navis and Nissan. They said that the federal government approved a $7 million increase to impact aid. That equates to $4.50 for every student that receives it. So thank you very much, Congress.
That'll be good.
It's interesting what the government does if we are delinquent past the 15th of April, but they dole it back to us as they see fit.
Yes. Haven't done mine yet either. I'm behind there too. So this is the invoice journal detail again as well. This just gives you all the detail of what was done for the month. You can just look at all that. Okay, we can move on to next. Now we're at the bars, and so this one's a maintenance bar like we talked about. This is just cleaning up the operational fund just to make sure we have the money in the right line items. This one is another maintenance bar for operational as well. And again, they always zero out because they're just moving money within to
Ms.
correct.
Gonzalez, you moved to letter L?
Oh, did we?
Is that, okay.
Yes, I think so. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Proceed.
Okay, sorry about that. And then this next one's a maintenance budget as well, and for operational. And it's same thing, zeros out, it's just lining up the budgets. And then it's maintenance as well for student, pupil transportation. And then this is food services, same thing, just cleaning up. Trying to getting ready for the third quarter report is what this is mostly doing. 22,000 athletics, doing the same thing, maintenance. This is another maintenance for the 23,000 fund. Another maintenance bar for impact aid. Just moving money within so that it lines up again.
Ms. Gonzalez, how much are we waiting for from impact aid?
It's hard to say. We're guessing total for the year might be 20 million. If it's more, we'll be surprised. I mean, that'll be good. It's hard to tell because we haven't been getting, so we've got two things going on. We've got, like, you know, student loss, but then we've also got just waiting for, you know, those amounts. So I'm thinking if we got 30, that would be kind of probably too high of an estimate, but we don't know because of the, you know, not receiving 100% initially. And they're always behind when they pay. So you could be getting years back and then another one from the current year, and then they just jump back and forth.
That occurs, having not a real set schedule, receiving impact aid, what kind of consequences stem from that type of schedule?
So what we need to do, we really need to be not looking at just the current year budget. We need to be looking at 2-3 years out for sure, but really looking at 5 years as well. What does that look like? What are our trends looking like? What does that mean? And really looking at data. And if we're not looking at data, that could be, a downfall. So we do need to move to that.
I guess my question is more specifically to our advocacy when we're at the federal level in terms of how does the distribution of impact aid or the lack of consistency, how does that impact our school district?
Well, it definitely would slow your spending because you can't spend what you don't have. So if we know it's due and we were going to get it exactly like it's due, then you could do a lot more timelier, but you'd have to be do a lot more planning and waiting and, that kind of stuff. So that's where the issue would come.
Go ahead.
I remember one year that without impact aid and not knowing when it was going to show up, we almost lost career prep. Do you remember that, Matt? But we almost had to shut that down. And
Yeah, I still remember that vividly.
And we had a room full of people here, and luckily that day it turned up.
The money came in.
Yeah. So those are some of the impacts that, I'm sure there has been others in other areas, but that was the most that I remember.
We'll talk more about that soon, so, yeah, as we do the analysis and everything. And then the next one is another maintenance bar with impact aid. And again, just cleaning out lines so that we can submit the quarterly reports. This one's an initial budget, and this one's 27178. It's for school buses. It's 127,000 for a new bus. So I believe they've already got it in process and working on that. And then this is another maintenance bar for capital improvements. Just cleaning up again. And then 40 is a maintenance bar for 31703, which is another form of SB9. And so just cleaning that up. And that's it for my reports.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez.
You're welcome.
We will move on to, if there aren't any questions or comments, okay, we will move into number 4, executive session. A, convene an executive session, discussion of limited personnel matters regarding the superintendent's evaluation and possibility of contract renewal as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second? Second by Secretary Wells. Roll call vote. Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Board Member So?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Vice President Aspis?
Yes.
And I say yes. And we will include Superintendent Carlson and Board Attorney Jermaine Chappelle. we'll stay in here if we can, if that would be, I think it would be easier. Oh, yeah. Yeah, true.
You're fine, Mr. Switch, you're good to go. And as well as any other directors and.
Thank you for attending, being here.
Thank you.
Brian?
executive session, only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discussion of limited personnel matters regarding the superintendent's evaluation. Yeah.
Can you
Oh,
use the microphone?
sorry. Oh my gosh, no. Okay. For executive session, letter B, reconvene in open session stated that the board has discussed in executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discussion of limited personnel matters regarding the superintendent's evaluation and the possibility of contract renewal as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Can I get a motion?
I so move.
I will second the motion to reconvene in open session.
Would the
Time
roll
now is
call,
10:18.
roll call vote, Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Board Member So?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Vice President Aspis?
Yes.
And I vote yes, so 5. Sharon, did you get that? Board Member Montoya motion, seconded by Board Member So? Okay. Oh, you're right there.
Wells actually,
Hey,
Mr. Wells actually made the motion.
Oh,
I made the motion.
oh, he made the, Board Member Wells made the motion, okay.
Yeah, at 10:18 p.m.
I was like, she's coming in really. Okay, letter C, possible action items on matters discussed in executive session. Can I get a motion to renew the superintendent's contract for 2 years with a salary increase of 5%?
I move that we extend the superintendent's contract with a 5% salary increase.
Do I have a second? Second by Board Member Montoya. Roll call vote. Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Board Member So?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Vice President Aspis?
Yes.
And I vote yes. 5, number 5, discussion A, items for the April 16, 2024 regular school board meeting. Do you have anything that needs to be added?
Probably like a graduation report update, where things stand.
Waiting. Okay.
Nothing?
Okay, go ahead.
I think we need to go back on that, that situation, IEC, where they, when they allot money, and how much, and I don't think things are really spelled out clearly, and we let it drop again, so before we need to address it, we need to go back on it and see. The IEC, remember where they were gonna fund a trip, and then they decided to do 11,000 or something like that, and then some were saying half of that amount, and I'm looking at the situation like, wow, you mean they can just, we don't even, the board doesn't even, designate 11,000 just right off the back, so I thought that was kind of, that's something that we need to really look in and make sure that, policy or whatever is drawn up. And the light, it's been a chapter topic, and I don't think it should be a chapter topic. It should be ours. And I don't know why it's in the hands of the chapter president.
The security light?
Yeah, the bus stop light.
And I also would like to look at the policies in regards to cultural practices. I like to look at that, get something to support, in support of cultural practices in policy. And then I also, there's something else. You mentioned policy. I like an update on the internal audit, just maybe, just something, on student support services, on how that's moving along. Quick update.
Are you finished, Ms.?
No, I'm not.
Okay, you can finish.
And then, in preparation for graduation, I like to make sure that, to get information in regards to all the security, safety, security, to make sure there's a report on how that's going to be handled. And the logistics of graduation, wheelchair accessibility, nursing or our first aid station, things like that. I like to get an update on how that's going to be set up. And then, shoot, Matt, you just blew my mind. Go ahead. I'll remember.
Okay, just real quick, I think we're coming up on deadlines for the approval of the operating budget. I'm not sure where things stand right now with the district proposed operating budget. The presentations, the information have been sent out to the district as far as what the numbers look like, what the allocations are. I think we have like a, what is it, April or May deadline? Yeah. That's it. That's all.
And then I saw somewhere on calendar, school calendar. I think that was, I don't remember where I saw that, but there was a discussion about school calendar.
Yes.
What was rejected?
So there's a meeting on Monday, and they can give you an update where we're at.
All right, sounds good.
Yes.
That's what I was gonna ask you.
So does that have to be in executive session? Okay, so if that could be put in an executive.
So we can do budget and calendar in executive session? Can you give the wording to Sharon?
Yeah, it's,
I don't think budget, but that has, I think that's, everybody can look at, yeah. It's,
Okay.
but with the calendar and the issues. Okay. And that's it.
Oh, and with that school calendar, have you guys gotten, people from your areas to be a part of that?
3 or 4 so far, community members in the committees. If you can, there's one more meeting on Monday, and if everybody can get somebody there, I will preface it with, I know I can't talk about too much, but our calendar options are very, very, very limited.
I remember. Okay, I'm glad you said the whole thing again, but in regards to my policy thing, I wanted a committee to be formed to make those policies. And I had requested a board member to be part of the FTE also, and I want to see where that's at too. So it would be more just of a report where that's at in regards to the FTE, and then policy in regards to the cultural norms and cultural practices. The committee to be formed to be looking at those, making those policies.
Can I state a little bit about that?
Go ahead.
Is there an embargo on it?
I don't think so.
Okay, 'cause I think, my community member, she's part of it, so she's been attending, and she said something about, they submitted a sample of what they wanted, and had to put it through their system. I was trying to play dumb. And so they put it through the system, and they put it through the system, and it shot it back out red, so it didn't accept the calendar.
Yeah, you
But-
have it. I was
but
drinking this one.
What other superintendents or other districts are experiencing is, they're almost having to do a duplicate. And then with contracts coming up soon, if that may be having to do a duplicate, depending on how the, calendar looks, and so it's really a mess.
Oh, J1?
But there's one more
Sophomore
meeting,
teachers.
which is Monday, and, my community member that attended, she wasn't happy. She felt like really the community's left out of it. It's not easy.
You want to say it publicly?
So at this point, we have no,
I think that
we have no calendar adopted for next year?
Not yet.
it got rejected by Ted.
Not yet. They're still working on it.
So they
still
have a
got
meeting
time.
on Monday,
Yeah.
Okay.
so we'll have an update on Tuesday. Okay?
Well, who would have thought, at least for me, like, who would have thought that something as simple as a school calendar can be nitpicked for,
You should convey that to the municipal council.
You got it. Before 4.
okay?
Okay.
Can I do a real quick announcement reminder?
Yes.
There is the governor's cabinet, or her folks are going to be here tomorrow afternoon at Shiprock High School, and
At
so
what time?
board members, 2 to 5.
Okay, I'll be here.
And I believe President Nygren's going to be there as well. President Nygren, along with the governor herself. This is your chance. Boop. And she'll be there as well.
Okay.
Shiprock High School, okay?
At Shiprock High School, in the Commons.
Home of the frogs.
TCU.
The Fighting Frogs?
Ask Gibraltar that they, to utilize their likeness on the
said tomorrow at
Is she seen Shogi? What's the word for Bronco? Is it seen Shogi?
Okay, so
Bronco.
I'll make a point to be there tomorrow. All right, okay, so number 6, that leads us to number 6, adjournment. A, motion to adjourn the work session meeting.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Board Member So?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Vice President Aspis?
Yes.
And I vote yes to adjourn. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around and providing a good, constructive meeting. Safe travels.
Like what? Okay. We'll do the mascots.